our YouTube friends plug in as well. I think we are all systems go. What is going on, everybody? Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Cool. Black Fox, grats on first. You were indeed first today. We got Albatross in the house, Glorf, Kungen, Dosi, BTC Pub, Nithier, Jay Rickardson, Wolfgar, Dwarfman, Ginjang, Jazz and Blues, Alinar, Fringe, Loop Carrick, Functional Parrot, Wiki Wacky Woo, Cut Off Your Head, Kazik, Nithier, Fwuffy Wuffy, Roboter, Mr. Deg, Scassel. Welcome to you all. Fox behind the box, Jadden, Travis Two-Tone as well. Mr. Kurgan in the house. Welcome to you all. It is good to see you guys. Thank you for coming and hanging out again with me. Sorry, I had a few things in flight as the stream was starting, and I'm trying to get my bearings here. What's going on, AK? Good to see you as well. Good to see you. And also, yo, Fwuffy Wuffy again. Tolmart. At the young age of 66, I see. Dynamic entry. I canceled my flight to Spain to tune into this. I need the alpha from the alpha himself. Hey, what's a flight to Spain, you know? When you really think about it. Then we've got Tolmart coming in. It's all good here. You've just canceled your flight to Spain to be here. I've just canceled my heart operation so I could be here. Where does it all end? Indeed, where does it all end? Wow. Well, thank you both for being here at great cost. W. Pochert, welcome. Sergio Deaver, Catalyst, PA, Cheyenne, welcome. Gurkha Games, Old School RPG, welcome. Dust Pan Broomhead, welcome to you as well. Such creative names, everyone. Good job. Good job on your names. Very memorable, very, very impactful. What's going on, Tavi? Thawal, good to see you as well. Good to see you all. So, I also, yes, Jay Rickardson, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 13 months of support. The tier 1 at 6 months, that is sick, awesome. Thank you, Jay Rickardson. And Albatross with the tier 1 as well. The 18 months of support. Albatross, my friend, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you. What's going on, Chris Frozen and Ghostilio? Good to see you both. Dangle Wangle. Yes, the legend of Dangle Wangle. Maybe we'll see Dangle Wangle again one of these days. Maybe we will. Dangle Wangle. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I feel like I owe it to you all. Hold on. Dangle Wangle. Wait. Hold. Dangle Wang. Hold on. Oh. Okay. Wait a second. Dangle Wangle. Dangle Wangle. And lo, it was known in the land of King's Reach there lived a wizard of high renown and wizened, sage-like girth. He was known among the peoples as Dangle Wangle. Anyway, there's a bit of lore there, right? There's a bit of lore. I don't know that I will ever forget the day that I met Dangle Wangle. In game, no less. It was said that he was aura farming in front of Halnir Cave. Or so I hear. Yo, Wiki Wacky Woo. My goodness, my friend. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. That is amazing. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I almost called you Dangle Wangle. Maybe there's a connection there. Maybe Wiki Wacky Woo. Interesting. But seriously, Wiki Wacky Woo. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. That is amazing. And Zith.dev with the Prime sub. Thank you so much, Zith. Thank you, guys. I really, really, really appreciate it. Big time. So, what's going on? There's a lot going on. We've got, obviously, we are still reeling a bit, some of us, from the news from last week about Ashes. And if you're like me, or if I'm like you, we've been kind of tentatively following news as it comes out, updates, because it's a big friggin' deal. And it's also interesting because out of all of the Kickstarter era MMOs, out of all of the current like indie MMOs that are in development and whatnot, and even, some various launch games, there's a lot of people now obviously trying to find a new home, a new game to sink their teeth into and really get locked in on. And it's been really cool to see, for example, like Project Gorgon kind of pop off for a bit. They're enjoying some pretty high numbers right now, which is really cool to see. And it bodes well for just the potential audience that's out there for games that have kind of a classic old school vibe or, design tone to their DNA. So I'm excited about that. I mean, you never want to see a game fail, period. For many reasons. And the biggest of which is the real people that it affects, the real people that, toil and devote so much of their self to something and then fails, and you have to watch real people go through real pain and real hardship. That's the main reason you don't want to see games fail. But, for the sake of the genre, for the sake of the MMORPG, we want MMORPGs to continue and be strong and to have variety and have creativity and passion and all this stuff. So you just never want to see them fail. The silver lining is, Ashes was a massive game, and there were lots and lots and lots of people that were interested in playing it. And that means that there's, a possibility and opportunity for some of these other games that are in development, Pantheon included, to, see more people coming and checking it out. So that's been cool. And, hopefully the message is out there that, absolutely come and check out the game, dive in, and know that in spring we have a wipe coming up. We kind of have a clean slate moment. We're introducing just a ton of, updates to the game, mail, auction house, the mastery system, fleshed out classes, lots of new itemization, a whole brand new, very large content area to the game, and so many other things, and lots of quality of life improvements, bug fixes, good stuff. And the good news is it's the beginning of what is then to come after that, a relatively large summer update, and we'll be putting out the roadmap for the rest of the year somewhere, in that time range between those two major updates, and you'll see even more pretty awesome and quite crazy, exciting updates coming up for the rest of the year. So it's a good time to get into Pantheon. It's a good time to start learning about the game and, getting it on your radar if it's not already. Let's see. So, yeah. Yeah. Yo, Travis Two-Tone. Hey, 5 gifted subs. That's sick. Thank you so much, Travis. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Fox Behind the Box with the tier 2 and the 6 months of support. Thank you so much, my friend. Gray Vendini with the tier 1 and the 12 months. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Seriously. Thank you so much. Dude, I swear my windows are popping around here like crazy. A little bit random. A little bit, but I am going to be. I've mentioned it a couple times on stream so far that I am. We've been working on converting one of our garage bays into a new studio, kind of office/studio for me. Part of that is because my kids are getting older and they need their own room, and so we're kind of like shuffling a lot of things around. But we're getting really close to having that finished for me to move in, and you'll see some changes. You'll see some changes when that happens. So keep an eye out. I'll probably post some pics and stuff on X or something like that at some point, just to give you guys an idea of what it's going to look like. But it's cool. I'm excited about it. I think a lot of Ashes streamers need to play these old school style games off stream, at least until they get a feel for the games. Feels like they got flustered by the lack of hand holding. Yeah, I think some of them definitely have gotten flustered for that reason. I'm actually planning on, you guys remember from last week, Vladis, who was an Ashes content creator. He was playing Pantheon for the first time last week, along with several other games. Connected with him directly, and I'm going to be doing I think like a podcast or some kind of like a sit down with him tomorrow. I have no idea if he's planning on streaming that or if it's going to be like a pre-recorded thing that he'll then put out later. I don't know. But I do take those opportunities seriously to like really connect with somebody who, could kind of glance off Pantheon before they have a chance to like kind of really see not only like the depth of what's already there, but also kind of catch that vision for what is coming and what we're building towards. So I'm glad for that. And, I'll continue to keep an ear out for any other opportunities like that, just to kind of connect with them directly. So that's good. But it's important. It's good to like see how people respond to the game. And like I told him and like I told you guys, it is an area that needs some improvement. Having a little bit of orientation at the beginning is not the same thing as maintaining this heavy hand-holding and linear, style game. But yeah, giving people a little bit more to hold on to, a little bit more orientation at the beginning until they kind of get a sense of like, oh, this is how I should think about playing a game like this. I am meant to kind of go out and make my own adventure to a degree. I'll tell you this. I think that's why these old school MMORPGs stand to potentially cut out a significant place for themselves, because in the post-WoW era, and this is my one like old man rant for the day, I will do my best to make that true. In the post-WoW era, the experience at the end of the day ends up being so similar. You log into a game, right? New game. It's exciting. It's exciting because it's new. You pick up your first round of quests. You go out and you start knocking them down. You're following your mini-map. You're getting all kinds of gear as you go. And I'd say, if not within the first couple of hours, within the first couple of days, maybe the first couple of weeks, that feeling hits you. I've done this already. I've done this. You feel that like kind of, oh, it's this again. It's this model. It's this. And what's interesting about Pantheon and what I and I don't think it's unique to Pantheon in the sense that I've seen people say it about other games that are similar. There's things that make, Pantheon different. But it's that same idea of like, I played it and even though I didn't maybe even like it at first. I've seen plenty of people say that too. Like, I played Pantheon, tried it for a few hours, just didn't really, but for some reason I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I think that, as nebulous as that may seem or can sound, I think it's the fact that it's different. Like, it's not that same pattern. It's not that same packaged experience that, even though it feels good and exciting in those first few hours or days, at the end of the day, it's like, this is just the same thing, all over again. And I honestly think that lack of hand-holding in and of itself is one of the important differences that actually kind of does grab people a little bit. They've just maybe never experienced it, or they forgot, that that's kind of what MMOs were built on. So And there's a limit, like I said, like I don't think a little bit of that right at the beginning to help people get oriented is a bad thing at all. I think it's a good thing. But yeah. Yo, happy to still have you here too, Deaver. That's a big deal. What's going on, Dust? Tangle Wingle needs to be a name mob. I agree. I've heard that you wanted to remove the view mana bar for other players. Please do not. It's very helpful. Yeah, well, I mean, that's more... That's one of the things that I would imagine best to have as an option, right? Where you can see it if you want to. You don't have to. I personally don't. I personally would rather just see health bars. I'd be okay seeing mana bars if they were much thinner than the health bars, so you could see them. But it's not like competing with your view of the health. But yeah, we'll definitely have some good options for those things. Yo, what's up, Skiatch? I am doing good today. Having a good day. "100% agree with the old man rant." That's funny. I very much enjoyed learning Pantheon from scratch without much in the way of tutorial. I felt lost at first, but little by little, other players helped me figure things out. Yep. Yo, what's up, Sergeant Slate? Awesome name. Whew, Sergeant Slate, man. That was nuts. That guy was nuts. Yeah, I can cast for sure. That's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. Oh yeah. I'm not sure, AK. Are there any other games out that like do that? I don't think I've heard of that idea. Oh, cool, Ghostilio. Hey, yeah, if Summoner has been your main experience, then buckle up because we've got a pretty awesome Summoner update coming this month, actually. That's right. That's right. How long till we get some days for the spring update so I can schedule time off work? I that's a good question that I do not have a good answer for. We yeah, when we get closer and we get a really solid handle on all the work that we're doing, and we're really sure that we're gonna land a plane by a certain date, then that's when we'll start talking about it. But it's just we've got to get a little closer, which is one reason why we said spring, because it does give us that cushion. You know, it's something we're committed to by spring, but it gives us that cushion to make sure that we hit it. Yeah. I was gonna read that and repeat it, but I don't want that to be taken as me saying that, so I'll just let it pass. Oh, Zikar, yeah, you're not gonna lose your ability to solo on the summoner by losing the Titan. Not even a little bit. You know, you're gonna have pet armor in the game now that is much more that's functional. You're gonna be able to, you know, loot even better and better pet armor that is going to really, you know, bump your pets up quite a bit. So I think summoners are going to be able to solo just fine without the Titan. For sure. Do you think PvE focused games, what Pantheon is the only way to maintain a healthy play race in the genre? I do. 100%. Like 100%, 1,000%. I think we see over and over and over again that PvP focused games, they fail. They just fail. I was talking to my buddy about Dune Awakening. Same issue. Amazing survival game. Amazing, amazing game. All the way through. And then you hit max level and it's like, hey, surprise. It's a PvP game now. No raids, no real, you know, PvP content or I'm sorry, PvE content and ways to engage in PvE. Just surprise, you know. PvP now. It's like and I like PvP. So it's not I like PvP, but if that becomes the cornerstone of your game in any way, it's not enough. I think PvP works really well in certain genres. You know, obviously, but that's the funny thing about it is like you look at I mean, I was going to say Tarkov. I mean, you can say it to a degree about Arc Raiders as well, but there are pretty heavy PvE elements in those games, especially Tarkov. I mean, Tarkov, you've got skills, you've got levels, you've got, you know, auction house, you've got quests, all these different things. Obviously, a very PvP focused game though, but I think it works in those contexts. But if you're talking like an MMORPG, yeah, I think PvP is a great addition. I think it's a great tangential kind of experience in PvE focused games, but I think it has to be PvE first. I think that helps. Fluffy Wuffy. I think that helps for sure. Yeah, I agree with that too, XR. I don't want to see raiding for us become the primary in-game activity. I would love to see group content stay relevant and centric for sure. Will summoners be able to get access to the Titan Pet without fully going down that Titan Pet specialization path? And if so, would it still be a viable group tank, solo tank? So there's a chance. There's a chance that we might not block the Titan outside of that tree. There's a chance. I'm not saying that we right now that's still the plan, but a lot of, as you start implementing and as you start building out the actual like mastery array and, finalizing the different paths and options and stuff, sometimes it, I'm just leaving that door open to say we may still hit a point where we're like, okay, we're going to slide this back into base kit. But regardless, whether you get it as part of your base kit or whether it's an early unlock in that tree or in that branch, yeah, you will need to pump some serious like focus into it to really get it to the point where it's going to, be group viable as a tank. Yeah. Most likely Fox, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, the cool thing about doing that is you do get, because even though like tanking as a summoner is planned to be their second branch, it doesn't mean, like we've talked about, like with our mastery system, you're going to be able to mix and match from both sides. Even if your plan is to go all the way with one side, you're still going to be able to mix and match a little bit. And so there will be unlocks and mastery related things in that Titan branch that you're still going to want to pick up, even if you don't pick up the pet. Thoughts on OpenClaw and AI in game development in general? What is OpenClaw? I've never heard of that. Personal AI assistant, the AI that actually does things, clears your inbox, sends emails, manages your calendar, checks you in for flights. This is the what personal AI assistant? Takes over a PC, crazy new AI assistant. Huh. What's up, Graxian? Good to see you. Zace, we're going to go a little different route with those. There will still be mana, like, regeneration abilities, but they'll be more, like, class-themed and class abilities, not techniques. No, I haven't heard of OpenClaw. I'll need to look into it a little bit more to have anything to say about it. That's a little spooky, though. If it actually, like, takes over your PC. Like, it's cool what it seems like it can do, but that's kind of spooky. What's up, missing? Joppa, I assume that there's going to be a finite amount of mastery points you get. Is it going to be like 1 per level? Or finding the mastery shards, etc.? Will there be a cap? Since if you could just keep getting mastery shards, it would be weird to just unlock everything. Yeah, so I think it's okay to kind of roll out a little bit more info, a little bit more clarifying info. Yo, Papa Heels, bro, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and thank you for the 4 months. That's awesome, Papa Heels. Thank you so much. So I'll try to keep this as simple and succinct and specific as I can. But before I do this, hold on. I need to get, I've seen on with different streamers, they have, if they ever do show their like stream manager dashboard, they have they have a way to see like when their ads are playing and know like when ads are happening and how long until the ads are done. That'd be really cool. So if anybody knows how to do that, that would be great. Great. Ads manager. Oh. One sec. Okay. Is there not a way to add like a new... Anyway, sorry, I don't want to get super distracted on that. It would be nice to like, you know. Can you not do it while you're live? Okay. Well, that stinks. You guys can just let me know, like you always do, whether we're in ads. Anyway, stream manager page shows a pop-up for me when ads are coming and playing with timers. Yeah, see, there is an option for that. But I don't see how to add it. Oh, wait. Ah, there it is. Got it. Got it. We're good. We got it now. That's beautiful. Perfect. Okay. I don't know what it was, Zucan, but you provided the inspiration I needed to figure that out. So thank you. Very cool. Okay, we're back now. I can focus again. What I was going to say. So the question was, is there going to be a limit to mastery? Are you going to be able to get all your mastery points, or is there going to be a limit? And the answer is there will be a limit. There will be a limit, but to understand it clearly, and this is what I mean by a new little bit of information to help you guys calibrate. There's going to be a distinction between the mastery points that you spend on your class, like your actual class expression. Am I a Bastion warrior? Am I a Warlord warrior? Am I some kind of a hybrid or mixture of the two? Versus, so think of that as your class mastery versus your general mastery, which are, very small, incremental improvements. These are things that, factor in things like everything from lung capacity to climbing speed to how quickly your hunger and thirst deplete. Like, think more kind of like, in a way, like getting into more like EQAA type unlocks and things that just over time very incrementally add up to benefit your character. The class mastery is what will unlock for you at level 5, like we discussed, where you hit level 5, you're going to get 5, points to spend to start kind of filling in what direction you want to go. And then you will get a point every time you level up to level 50. So you're going to have a total of 50 points to spend in your class mastery, and that's 50 points to spend, going into all the way into Warlord and a tiny bit in Bastion or vice versa, or splitting it up. You'll have 50 points total to spend, and you'll have more options than that. So you'll have to make some decisions what you do there. In the meantime, your mastery bar is going to fill up with mastery experience through a lot of different means. You'll be able to consume mastery shards for mastery experience. You'll be able to get mastery experience when you get adventuring experience. You'll be able to get mastery experience from certain quests, certain achievements. There'll be lots of different ways that you can get mastery experience. And each time you fill up that mastery experience bar, the amount of mastery experience needed to get another point is going to increase a little bit, such that you're going to need to do more and more and more over time to get enough mastery experience to get a general mastery point. But those are points you can grind. You can that's stuff that will take you beyond like max level, so you'll be able to kind of interact with general mastery from level 1 all the way to max and beyond, as you eventually over time just kind of accumulate those points and can spend it in general mastery. And those points will be different. So imagine, for example, like your class mastery would be like a golden mastery point, whereas your general mastery would be like a blue mastery point, similar to what we have now. So you'll be able to visually see the difference between the two, and the you'll be able to spend your gold mastery points, your class mastery, obviously in your class mastery section, and your general mastery more freely. Will you lose mastery experience if you die? No. Nope. I see complaints coming from those who will say it isn't fair that those who play more are being able to earn more mastery than them. Personally, I like it. You play, you get rewarded. It isn't like you won't be able to get it if you take longer. Yeah, well, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing it the way that we're doing it, because the class mastery, which is the thing that most that most determines like your class expression, your role, like these things that we've discussed, that will be the same for everybody. You get 5 points at level 5 to spend to kind of kickstart, the mastery experience, and then you'll get a point after that every level up to 50, which means everybody will get their 50th point at level 50, and everybody will, be filling out that tree. The difference, yes, will be in the general mastery. But understand, like general mastery, it's meant to be very, very incremental and very small until you start getting into larger and larger numbers and whatnot. So for example, like in the first ring of general mastery, I don't think I'm gonna put up like a visual just yet, but in the first ring of general mastery, you're looking at things like +5 health, +5 mana, +1 melee damage. You know, maybe there's an attribute in there, +1 strength or +1 stamina or something like that. Say like, +9 crit rating, +9 block rating, +2 AC, something like that. And you're spending points here and there, and you're kind of like very slowly, very incrementally building it up. And you have to spend a certain amount of points in that first general mastery ring. It'll work the same way with class mastery, where you have to spend a certain amount of points before you can unlock the next ring, and in the next ring they'll be a little bit more potent. So you might see like instead of +5 health, +10 health or something like that. And you slowly kind of make decisions with the general mastery, also about like traversal, food and drink, quality of life. You'll have maybe some resistances that you can improve, climate, acclimation type thing. So you have kind of like, it is a very AA-like system. So it's really kind of a hybrid of the two, which honestly has kind of always been the desire with Mastery, is that it would feel kind of like this hybrid between more of a talent-like system with an AA system, and the main difference being that it's something you can interact with right from the beginning. So it's going to be a good system. I'm happy about it. We had another meeting with programming today, just kind of like working through like, anytime you implement a massive system like this, there's lots of like check-ins and checkpoints and stuff, and we're rolling nicely. It's actually all combined in one. The class mastery and the general mastery is all combined in one. It'll make sense once you see it. Yeah, you'd be able to respect both. So as a general mastery tree, will all players share the same general mastery? No, you'll still have to make decisions. You won't have your total possible mastery points will cap before you've filled out all of your AAs. That's something that we can change, like in expansions, or and it's something honestly that we could. I'm not saying the system would support being able to fill them all out like a true AA system. And that's something that we'll explore once we get everything on the PTR and start getting, some feedback. So yeah. Synchronoodle. Yeah, I don't think we've probably made everybody happy at this point, but I do think at this stage, I think most people are kind of in the boat of like, let's just wait and see what it's like. Let's just wait and see it and see how we go. Yeah, Sergeant Slate, that's a perfect example of one of the things we want to address in the spring, where, yeah, it's like right now, solo or duo or whatever, you wouldn't be able to, stumble upon a Fairling camp in Wild's End and kind of have a good time breaking into it and whatnot, because they're elites, and it's, so that'll get better in the spring. World will open up quite a bit. Loving the sound of the mastery system and the direction it's going. Quick question about the Paladin. I've heard you mention their mastery will make them more healer oriented, but wouldn't a player who wants a plate holy healer just play cleric? I know I for one would much prefer a DPS Paladin with a big burning greatsword. If I recall correctly, Paladins in Pantheon used to be clerics, but wanted martial strength to better vanquish evil. Don't you think a damage spec would fit that better? I'm definitely not going to argue that there wouldn't be grounds for a cool damage spec for Paladin, for sure. But we do also have to be mindful of, as this system is developing, making sure that we don't have too much representation of a single type, like a single role. And if we're not making sometimes hard decisions, we'll end up with way too many DPS classes not enough, potential healer types, not enough potential tank types, not enough potential support. So yeah, it's like looking at the Dire Lord and the Paladin, both of them could easily, fit as a DPS spec, but there's actually a really cool angle to healing that I think fits Paladins extremely well, that will also keep clerics distinct, which is really important to me because I plan to play a cleric, and I have a really intense vision and conviction for like cleric healing, that isn't really fully represented yet, and I think there's a really cool angle there for Paladins as well, and I think Dire Lords in the same way have a really, really cool opportunity for a really sick DPS class, that I'm really excited about. You're right, like I agree with you. But it's just one of those decisions that we have to make sure that there's some balance in how many things can do what and how many DPS are available at the end of the day. So, will visual armor and weapon enchantments be a thing? Heck yeah. If you mean by visual armor, like improved visual armor, less brown visual armor, and just more variety and more visual progression of like quality, then oh yeah, heck yes. And weapon enchantments, yes, those are planned. It would be tough to justify a healing warrior. That's true. They would have to have some like mega bandages. Definitely a playstyle for casting clerics. Yes. Yeah. That's the goal, is in the cleric healing branch, that you're like the best way to think about it, again, without being able to kind of lay out all the details of how the class is actually going to work quite yet, is that the cleric healing arsenal is going to be predominantly a casted healing arsenal, similar to what it is now. The difference is in how much we can expand and lean into melee as like a mana management approach, where you have some clerics that enjoy just sitting and meditating. You have others that would much rather be up close and dealing some damage and getting mana back that way. And then a couple of different heal types that could synergize with that. But ultimately, you're still talking about a predominantly casted kit, whereas with the Paladin, we have the room to lean much more into like a true melee-oriented healing kit. So, finally free from my meetings. Yo, Joskar, thank you so much for the tier 1, my friend. Appreciate that big time. Big time. Annoying Llama as well with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 6 months as well. Thank you, guys. So will a healing paladin be able to heal as well as a healing cleric? That's the intent, yeah. That these roles, these kind of dual roles that the class can embrace. Now, the caveat there being that only happens when you fully embrace like that side. Because in doing so, the way that we're designing the system, it's going to keep you from going far enough in the other side to allow you to kind of operate in that role. And, that'll make more sense when we get into the details. But yeah, if you're going to have, and that's the part that, I think is, I understand that being like hard to hear, or like that hitting in a way that's like, I don't like that. But if if we build a spec for a paladin to be a healing paladin in which they are sacrificing their tanking and, you know, a lot of the other things that they do in order to substantiate that, then they need to be, you know, capable. They need to be capable healers in that role. Player skill, obviously, gear, and situation. Like, the type of content will ultimately have a say in how effective any one class is, and maybe some classes have more of a universal effectiveness or whatever. But yeah, and then the other cool thing, and this is where, again, it's going to get a lot easier to talk through some of this stuff once we can like really dig into the arrays and kind of like walk through a specific example, which again, we'll be able to do that soon. But you know, you're also going to have the opportunity to call out specific abilities in mastery where you can say, like, you will have room and freedom to create some of those like meme specs or off meta specs or things that really fit with your goal. Like, let's say, for example, and this is one of the things that excites me. I've talked before about, I love personally, solo self-found kind of experiences in these MMO games. And what's really cool is when you can not only pick a certain class, but pick a certain theme even within that class to challenge yourself in certain ways, whether it's a solo self-found thing or whether it's a group self-found or like a guild event or something like that, where you could say, like, you know, I'm a paladin that has chosen specifically to focus on all of the options that I have in mastery that make me more powerful towards undead, because my goal with this run is to only fight undead. Like that's it. It's the only thing I'm going to fight. That's what I mean by like a meme spec, or a spec that's like a highly themed, like meant to carve out a specific experience in your class fantasy and things like that. And so you'll be able to, you know, for rogue, it's like, do I want to really, am I like a backstab rogue or a waylay rogue? Or am I, you know, a trap rogue or a poison rogue? In your own mind, like, obviously you've got these two themes. You've got like your combat rogue theme, and you've got your tricks of the trade kind of subterfuge rogue theme. But even within that, you can make decisions about, like, I want to be a combat rogue, and I really want to be focused on like waylay and more toe-to-toe fighting. And I don't care about anything else other than just ramping up those things as much as I possibly can, because I want to be a DPS god, and that's it. Then you have that. You can do that. You know, you synergize your mastery options with your gear, and yeah, you're going to be backstabbing like a madman. And you know, the goal of the system is to make sure that all of these things, while being possible, are also balanced in a way where we account for, you know, some of those more hardlined specific. I want to be a wizard that's an absolute glass cannon. Then you'll be able to do that. Ghostbuster. Oh, well, weapon enchantments have visual effects. Yes. Yeah, things like when you have a poison on your weapon, you'll see the little drips, or if you have like a fiery enchantment, you'll see, you know, some, yeah. Yep. For sure. You want to be a wizard that holds a giant sword? Well, you'll be able to get kind of close with that, because the plan is for kind of your current wizard, and then also like a spellblade wizard build. So I don't know that we might include like great weapons in that, but definitely be it might not be exactly like a dual wielding thing. It'll probably end up being more of like a main hand weapon and then like a spell hand, essentially. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Don't make me bring out the spell hand. お前はもう死んでいる. Yeah, I thought you might be pretty happy about that one, Mr. Frozen. I really need some optimism with MMOs at the moment. Once I hit 2025 in Pantheon, trying to find a group of things to do bum me out. Really want this game to work. Fishing maybe. Hey, Jarek. Unfortunately, I think there's going to be some of that until spring. I think there's a lot of people. I know that there's a lot of people waiting until spring to hop back in, and so as much as I wish it wasn't the case, you're going to see some of those population issues persist until then, but that's okay. Like I've talked about that before too. Like there's something about keeping the itch alive, you know, like feeling the itch to play a game, and but not necessarily jumping in right away. Sometimes. But I definitely think that Pantheon is a good MMO to maintain optimism about, because we are cooking. We are cooking. Yeah, get ready for that overcrowded launch experience in spring. Probably right. Okay. Will Dire Lords get more spells abilities after level 30? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. I logged back into the game here and was confused for a second about what was going on with my nameplate here and my, like, what is that? Remembered it was, and that's from our grouping session last time where this was working well in a group, not so much without a group, so it was interesting. Let me put this, I'm gonna actually try to line this up with the chat a little bit better. Keep that there. Might work okay for now. Okay. Probably good for now. Health bar's a little weird, but we'll figure it out. Did he mention his take on Ashes and what they're doing differently? I talked about Ashes briefly. Playthrough, I'm interested in what kind of question you would want to ask specifically. Yo, Grim Scion, thank you so much for the Prime sub, by the way. Sorry I missed that. There's going to be some of that, Petite, the improvement to the starting areas. There's going to be some of that for the spring update, and then there'll be more of that for summer, and then it'll continue to kind of be something we're working on consistently. I mean, what we're doing differently from Ashes is kind of an interesting question. Because on some level, you know, the games are very different. got this fancy new one-hander here. Let me see how that does for me. Ooh. Oh, he's all the way down there. Like, where did that orc come from? Okay, we're good. Ouch. Okay, I gotta remember my little key bindings here. And clerics, they struggle a bit in the DPS department, huh? I think I probably, if I'm fighting solo, I'll probably need to switch back to my two-hander, to be honest. I don't think mana's gonna end up being too big of a deal from fight to fight. Got some bear tallow. Yeah, let's definitely switch back to our two-hander here. Even though the animation is a little, you know. Oh, I forgot I'm almost level 16. Oh, heck yeah, we're gonna grind this out. Come on now. The game is beautiful and conceptually solid, but it's hard to get past needing a group to level and several hours to complete dungeons because every ad takes a year to kill. Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I will continue to say that come spring, one of the things we are going to address is, I would say, one of the main issues with the game is that it's not as open to, that was really dumb. Hold on, let's see if I can pull this off. Come on, show me your power, cleric. Show me your true power. One second. Definitely getting some of those like early classic WoW Paladin vibes right now, because I mean, clerics, they're so hard to kill, but they take so long to kill things. Which is cool, you know? I dig it. And oh, well, yeah, I forgot to buff myself, Mana Rohan. Of course. Nukes in there. Oh, here's a question. I'm frustrated that I didn't play Ashes. I kept putting it off because I just don't have a whole lot of time for gaming in general, and I just never actually pulled the trigger and got it and played it. Did Ashes have like an elite NPC concept? Were there elite NPCs in Ashes? Oh, that person's dead. Oh, no, they're not. They're probably high level. Or they're twinked? Wait. Probably twinked. Yes, and named mobs. Okay, so named mobs just as was just a class of NPC that in and of itself was like harder. Extra star levels, okay. Vorlon, I probably would if I had more money. There's several spells that I haven't been able to get yet because I don't have money for it. And I haven't even done like my gathering skills on this character. My goodness. I really need to do that, don't I? I have totally just like, yeah. I actually really like camping these guys in here on this level. What did I... Whoops. Can I move you right here? Thank you. If you're curious, this thing's a lot lower level than me. So the aggro radius is pretty heavily reduced when you're higher level than an NPC. I'm gonna like, as I'm playing, I know there's a lot of people here that, you know, obviously have watched the streams for a while. They're probably pretty familiar with Pantheon. I'm gonna assume that there are at least some new people in here that don't really have a whole lot of info. So I'm gonna be a little bit more descriptive about basic things than I typically am, just in case. Yeah, playthrough, yep. That's right. We call those traits and dispositions. NPCs can have different traits. That's something that we're going to be expanding pretty heavily for the spring as well. A lot of new behaviors and more that are like negative, some that are even positive. Yeah, it's a pretty good little money camp here. Decent. Is the combat like RuneScape's combat? I don't think so. But I haven't played Pantheon enough to... Or, I haven't played RuneScape enough. Oh wait, Joppa, you were on the Co stream when he showed a dungeon off a few years ago. Probably, yeah. Most of Ko's streams I've been a part of on Pantheon. Not as much like his more recent, like kind of shorter check-in streams, but yeah, the ones that he did historically, the longer ones. Pretty sure I was there for all of those. All right, this buff bar is gonna need to move because it's just confusing, probably confusing to you guys as well. Oh, I'm getting buffed. Okay, so Ash just had elite NPCs. They had kind of the concept of elite NPCs. Did they have... Thank you, by the way. Hold on. Here we go. Boom. That's right. Mega buff. Did Ashes have the concept of like drive-by buffing? You guys are gonna help me get like super familiar with Ash's mechanics so I can understand. Ooh, there's a dark blue, nice. Ooh, I should probably go to the, I need to go to the undead camp. I need to leverage my undead prowess. No, I'm not asking because I want to take, you know, it's not about like taking mechanics from Ashes or anything like that. I'm just wanting to understand, because when people come into the stream or in various places and they ask like, what, you know, what's the difference, trying to get a feel for Pantheon, if their main come from is Ashes, I just want to understand better the mechanics of the game. All right, we're gonna go to the Undead Ruins actually. You don't get drive-by buffed by a bot player farming in circles. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, Criven, I mean, a lot of it, yeah, it's the risk. It's a risk. Star Citizen, the more money Star Citizen makes, the more they can afford to just kind of, yeah, be pretty crazy. Oh, hello. There's a bear here. It's an easy one, though. Don't think there was a friendly drive-by buff environment because anyone not in your guild or in your town was a potential threat. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Oh, come on. I need money. I need to be able to loot this stuff. Ooh. Okay. Get rid of that. That's no trade. Don't I have another no trade? Yeah, perfect. Okay. Sweet. Can't skin it though, because I haven't got my trade skills yet. And that's great. It's good to eat. Okay, so these are low level, but I'm wondering if I can make up for that in how quickly I can kill them, because let's see. Invocation skill's probably pretty low, actually. Ooh, nice. This might be the way. This might be the play. Actually dropped some gear too. I've still got like several slots that are just AC. So if we can get a few more stats, I would not mind it. Maybe just wrist. You gotta have gathering skills to maximize coin you earn. I know. On like 5th low, my warrior and the necro, I went hard on gathering. Hard. And made a lot of money doing that on those characters. Yeah, I can take 2 at a time, I think. Or 3 at a time. I don't know, let's see. I'm not really worried because they're green, so it's like I don't really think they're gonna be much of a threat. The named bat that spawns here might have a nice belt for me at nighttime. Heard. Say less. Next stop, Orcsies, maybe. I don't know, we're gonna have to feel whether this experience rate's gonna be passable. I'm pretty sure higher level undead spawn here at night though, so this might be perfect for like nighttime. See if we can get the rare spawn as well. But if I remember correctly though, that rare spawn can spawn at this one or the other one, and it's unique, right? So if it's up over there, it's not gonna be up over here. It's kind of a bummer. These are all level These are all gray. I don't think this is going to be a really viable spot, unfortunately. We'll come back at nighttime. Yo, what's up, Loopback? Good afternoon, Joppa. Love Pantheon. I have a 50 shaman who sadly sits idle more than I'd like. Other than Nightfall Crypts, will there be much more worthwhile solo duo content plan for the near future? Yes. Oh, you reminded me of what I was saying earlier. The reason I asked about elite NPCs in Ashes and just curious, one of the big changes we're making in the spring, for those not aware, is we're removing Chevron NPCs. And Chevron NPCs, I really need to go kill a wild spell, by the way, so I don't end up getting bolted. Chevrons are basically our version, Pantheon's version of elite NPCs. And it's all well and good, except, you know, one of our major goals is to recreate some of that open world experience that EverQuest had, where, you know, the world opening up to you more and more as you get higher level and as you explore is a big part of the experience. And right now, the elite versus not elite NPCs are really kind of driving a hard line in where you can go and what you can do. So, for example, right now, I'm thinking about, okay, I'm playing solo right now. I'm doing that by choice, at least for a little bit here. But there are so many places I can't go and can't even try to carve out a spot into, because they're elite NPCs and I can't do it. So instead of, like, you know, there being some low-level NPCs in Halnir Cave or the Goblin Caves or in other places, I'm limited to where solo NPCs exist. But come spring, it's going to shift to being more of a much more of a level-based system. So the idea there being incentivizing groups to fight higher level NPCs because they're going to get significantly more experience doing so, while grouped and, you know, being able to do so efficiently, and then having NPCs that are like dark blue for certain classes, but even light blue and maybe even green, providing, you know, reasonable experience for solo. And that's going to just do so much to open up the world. I forgot what I was doing for a second, but we're looking for a wild spell. Don't they? There's somebody taming a horse. Nice. I thought there were wild spells over here. Oh, wild spells. There is a very high, well, not super high level, but compared to me and a lot of players in this level range in this zone right now, there's a much higher level NPC that wanders around that is absolutely violent and defaults to not liking people very much. But there is an NPC in here called a Wandering Wild Spell that is on a faction that, if you can kill one, it makes it to where the angry NPC won't attack you anymore. Yeah, so yeah, don't interpret what I was just describing about getting rid of chevrons and all that. I mean, you know, the goal is to still make a very challenging game, but to have it be in certain content, in certain context, certain scenarios. because what we had done is we had pushed the challenge up so high in certain iterations, where like literally we had certain iterations of the game where you, like, even these normal little animals and stuff, like, you needed arguably a full group to be able to take them down. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing a lot of that challenge come, in our dungeons, especially where we can have higher density of NPCs, more unpredictable pathing, and again, just like, well, NPC synergies, traits and dispositions and things that affect NPC behavior. You have like environmental effects like climates and stuff that provide additional challenges, and those are all the different levers we have to create really challenging content. And then we have things like our major bosses and stuff that are instanced content that we can ramp up even further. Wild Spell walks past that horse. Yeah, maybe I'll I'm pretty sure they walk down this way, so I'm gonna head back where I can at least get some more of this experience. Get level 16. There's one up towards Hounder Cave, really? Did I miss it? It's walking by the lake. Oh man. Well, let's see if we can get back in time. Never mind. Yeah, see, that's the problem, is the ogres over here. Oh, there's one. Sweet. Ooh there. Ooh there. These things hurt. So I believe it's the Shattered Wand faction that makes Bolt happy. Oh yeah. That was easy. Don't really want to aggro that spider though. Okay. Roger. Order of Lightning, that's what it is. That's right. That's right. Yep. Order of Lightning. That's what makes Bolt happy. Yes, IPO. It is. Yo, what's up, Essential? Good to see you. Well, it just makes for a more, like, I don't know, like adventuring friendly game. I mean, part of the goal with Pantheon was always to create a game that felt like adventuring was just going out into the world and see where the wind takes you. That should be, you know, something that is enjoyable to do. And when you find something interesting, I mean, obviously, if you're too low level, if you wander into an area that just kind of is way too high level for you, that's one thing. But if it's your level, but it's then blocked again because, you know, it's kind of like turned into a force group area. I don't think you need, like, that's the thing, like EQ. This is one of the examples that I've used internally, as you know, earlier when we were just discussing through these things more conceptually and before we had fully landed on like our path and our decision, was and I've told you guys this before too, like I remember camping the Avatar of Fear in Kazakh for the Ruby BP, and I did that solo on my Necromancer. Now granted, I was level 50. You know, I had to wait to the point, and I had to have, like, you know, I needed to get some pet upgrades and some like drop pet spells and stuff to be able to do it. But there came a point in time where I was able to do it, and I did it. And behind me was a full group also waiting to camp. And yeah, I was an Necro. I was. And we've talked about that, how in Pantheons, you know, different classes will be more capable of things like that because that's just how the design goes. Like, you have some classes that are more capable of solo, and typically those classes do bring a little bit less to the group if they are kind of built and have a loadout that is for soloing or whatever, but also just like even their base kit or their mastery. But nobody, you know, in EQ, that's the question I would pose a lot is like, okay, so you had an EQ, you had the ability to kind of solo some of these targets, and you still had full groups doing these targets as well. And I may just not have had my ear to the ground, but I don't remember a lot of like vitriol about that. Pantheon, or I'm sorry, EverQuest was still and is still considered a highly group-centric game. And yet there was a ton of like solo potential in EverQuest. Much more so, you know, as the years have gone by and we've kind of grown to understand it a little bit more. I think the, you know, NPC level is a good way to do it. Where once you've caught up to the level of an area or even out-leveled the area a little bit, then depending on your class, player skill, gear, you know, all those factors, you can you might be able to carve out a little spot for yourself in there. It's not going to keep full groups from doing it. And then we have the ability with our major bosses, our raids, and, you know, we've talked about like having Nightfall Crypt be a type of dungeon that we do instance in the future. We do have lots of content that we can curate more specifically to create a lot more challenge. And then if you've heard me talk about like the infamy system, where we even, you know, have plans for kind of like a scaling difficulty with scaling reward for some of those instance encounters, then we have the ability to crank up difficulty really as high as we want. But that doesn't mean that the game as a whole needs to be punishingly challenging, you know, for people that aren't interested in that kind of stuff. They're interested more, I mean, like I was with EQ, there were so many times that I had sessions of playing EverQuest, especially originally, where I wasn't interested in raiding. I just wanted to make a character and, you know, have a good time, get some levels. Playthrough, you will be able to respec with mastery. The plan for right now is that it would have like an increasing cost to do so, and you would only be able to do it like in a village. You're not going to be able to like do it, you know, in the context of like real time, you know, while you're in a group, you'd have to return to do that. There could be a cooldown on it potentially as well. Yeah, I do need to go sell. I was gonna see if I could hit 16 first. That way I can like pick up a new spell. How are you envisioning the cleric mastery splits currently? Between healer and a smite cleric DPS. It's gonna be really cool. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, Michaelton? Good to see you. Will mastery skills need to be trained up? No, it'll just be. Oh, well, if it's a skill that's unlocked through mastery or something like that, then yes. But otherwise, mastery is you'll get points for your class mastery as you level up. You'll get a point per level, and then you'll be able to. You see this little mastery experience bar here? We'll be kind of reworking the formula behind how you gain this, and it'll go up. The amount of mastery experience needed to fill out a bar and get a point will go up as you get more points. But this will essentially be a way for you, kind of like you do now. It'll just be a little bit better of like a formula to it, and then there'll be lots of other ways to feed into it. So you could loot a mastery shard and consume it and get mastery experience. Certain quests will reward mastery experience, achievements, discoveries, like lots of different ways to get mastery experience. And then you'll be able to use those for your general mastery. Yeah, the Smite Cleric. I think it's gonna be really fun. Really fun. Here we go. This might do it. This might do it. No. Oh. Woo. Sell this orc tooth. Perfect. Level 16. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, Jarek. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, we could do asps. What else can we do at 16? Are we still too low level for a outside of Mad Run? As a healer? Do you think I can handle it as a healer? Orc Highway would be perfect for soloing. But oh, actually we could do the orcs. Hey, look at that staff. Yo, that's sick. Oh, that's a cool staff. I think that's the first time I've actually seen a player with that staff. Like, legit. We should totally get a Mad Run group going then. For, like, outside Mad Run, because that's some sick experience. Will clerics be able to throw their book at their enemies? Maybe. They get angry enough, huh? Wow, look at this bank. I was on autopilot to the bank. I don't even know why I did that. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm just going to sell stuff. $28 silver. What can I get with 28 silver? Ooh! Not the bear tallow! No! Not the bear tallow! I don't remember where the cleric trainer is in this village. They're not. Ah. Oh yeah, my traits. Guys, I don't think I've even gotten a single trait. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Like a boss. For those of you that don't know, at least for right now, this is every 5 levels you can get one of these trait stones for free, which when you consume it increases all of your attributes by 1. So yeah, there's that. Wow. Oh yeah, what abilities can I get? When do I get an upgrade to the symbol? Got that one. Inspire allies. Halt on. Ooh. Ooh. There it is. Increase attributes by 2. So that's another point of attribute increase. Oh man. There, guys. There are so many abilities on the cleric. This is the first class that I've done this playthrough on where it's like, typically I'll skip over abilities, but I'm like, I can, it's fine. There are so many abilities. I don't have Awakened Daring yet. I'm still using Awakened Courage. I don't have the Readiness regeneration buff. I don't even have the hot. I purposely am not getting the hot because they're not gonna have that hot, so I don't want to like bank on it or get used to it. I don't have that cooldown. I don't even think I have Conviction yet. And now I'll get a new. Oh man, what do I even get? No, I haven't been farming. Yo, W. Potter, thank you so much for the membership. That's awesome. Welcome. Man. Okay. Well, here's what we're gonna do. Okay. I am going to pick up. I'm probably gonna pick up. Man. Done. It's hard to pass. It's hard to pass up new like more attributes. So, all right, Seal of Coursera, boom. 22 wisdom, not bad at all. Okay, I would love to get a outside of Mad Run group going. It's a great experience. It's really close by. I also need to take a quick bio break. I'm gonna go do that. If you're interested in hopping in, then send me a tell, I guess. That'll be the best way to do it. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Be right back. We're back. We're back. No, I can't. Glorf. Can't. How dare you? Okay, we've got Glorf, Vistania. Right. Glorf. Dalinar. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cool, cool, cool. You have a rogue or enchanter I can switch to as well. Dalinar, do you want to maybe hop on the enchanter actually? That'd be cool. I want to see if I can like solo heal this, so selfishly that would be cool. We could get the 8, yeah, J-Tall, 18 Ranger sounds good. I'm not saying the clerics won't get any hots. I'm not saying that, Kurgan, yeah. I'm not saying that, but the Cloak of Light and how good it is and how early it comes, that's, I don't want to get used to that guy. Chair was ignoring you guys? Well, I mean, that's Chair. You guys, I mean, some of you have been around long enough to know that's just Chair. You know? You can't go into it expecting something different because you're just gonna get disappointed. Yes, just let me play. We're going to be changing quite a bit with the experience formula and kind of how it functions in group with like group split and stuff. Okay, so we got our enchanter. Beautiful. Ooh. Wait. Oh, wait. Dalinar, that's you. That's right. Okay, I'm with it now. We got room for one more. Mandarilon, get on down here. Get on down here, my friend. No, I can't take. Ooh, thank you for the food and drink. That's cool. I saw these and I was like, wait a second, what is that's not right? Because I've been working on the summoner so much and they have like kind of all new consumables. So it took me a second to process that. But I'm trying to play this legit, you know? I want this to be a legit experience, so I am not going to take money. I just need to be more aggressive with looting. That's all it is. All right, we got it. We're good. Let's head. Let's head there. We're going. I've got Windstrider and Spirit of the Wolf, so we are booking it. The Blue Fury's in, yeah, but the all of the new kind of like summoner abilities and whatnot are not in yet. Which actually, hold on. I need to do one thing real quick. I just thought of. Ooh. One sec, guys. Almost done. Okay. Sorry about that. We are back in action now. Here we go. Take care, Kurgan. Thanks for hanging out, man. Uh-oh, we got a twinked group. Is that what I'm hearing? DPS is a little crazy. Wait, is this guy? Hold on. Watch out for the spiders. Just curious if this guy was. Okay, we're good. We've arrived. Looks like we got a couple of groups here, huh? Alright, I'm gonna buff up. Is the stream quality okay? Are you guys getting decent frames on the stream? Okay. Now refresh. Okay, we're good. Just watching a YouTube video by Nice Gaming titled 10 Best Upcoming MMORPGs in 2026, and he showed one where the dev actually live streams himself playing. Figured I'd see if he's live. Nice. What's up, Gandalf? That's cool. I actually saw that video pop up on my my recommended videos today, so that's cool. Yeah, welcome. You're on Wi-Fi to resort. Black Fox, are you still at the same place that you were at last time? Are you still like in Spain or something? Because that's crazy. You've been there for what, like 2 weeks now? Wild. Selling stalker steaks for 20 gold a stack. Man, that is, see, that is the way to do it for sure. If you can sell stuff like that, 20 gold, can you imagine what you could do with 20 gold? In my situation. Needing spells as I do. Need some more food and drink. Nothing too much, just checking the game out. Must be a labor of love. It is indeed a labor of love. Indeed. I know, think of all the spells I could buy, that's right. Are we good to go? Are we ready? I'm ready. It's a good time to go as nighttime is setting in here. Just I'm gonna do the, make sure you guys can see all these. Oh, actually, so now that we're in a group, let's bump this up. Let's bump this up, and I guess we can like that maybe. All right, we're going. It has begun. You know what? Honestly, I think having my nameplate at the bottom might be better, because it's still part of the scan, but I can also track my mana a little bit better. I think that's the plan. I think that's the plan. Groof. Goodness, I love that ability. Specifically this one. Arc of Light restores the health of an ally. After the heal occurs, jumps to the most injured group member within 20 meters. This ability will jump up to 2 times. My sweet Christmas. What is the drink you have in your inventory? It is Globe of Water. This is the summoner summoned drink. Oh, my sweet Christmas morning as the sun sets in the east. That's right. Yo. I am rooted. We're all rooted. Oh, not Spain, just Mexico, and only for a week. Okay, well, yeah, I definitely made that sound a little more grand than it was, I guess. I love healing. I love healing. There's nothing better than healing, guys. You know? It's the best. It's the best. Would making the green color health bar change color the lower the health be better? Green, yellow to red? Maybe. Oh, we've got little guys. Little friends. This is a harvester, that's why. Yeah. Arc of Light! Ooh. Oh man, I love it. Oh man, that's a cool ability. Ooh. Hey Joppa, loving Pantheon. How is the team feeling about the Ranger engage disengage animation? Looks sort of silly. Aware that a lot of the animations are not final. Just a wonderful game though. Thank you. Hey, that's awesome. Hawkmoon, thank you for the message. Really glad you're liking it. Yeah, it is a little silly. It definitely. So the descriptions, when I originally wrote the descriptions and kind of was envisioning the ability, it was kind of like a, you know, you kick off of the target backwards while you're like knocking an arrow and firing. And the same way when you leap in, you're doing, you know, kind of a cool entry. Hold on, Glorf. All right, we good. We good. So yes, the animations need to look a whole heck of a lot cooler than they do now to match that that intended visual goodness. Arc of Light. Oof. I mean, just watch the health bars. It's so good when you see it hit and then it bounces and then it bounces back and you just see those two health bars that are low go like poop, poop, poop. Man, it's so good. Climb. Climb. Other than Summoner Mastery's work, can we expect any other class reworks? This question's at... Oh my gosh, guys, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I was distracted. Maybe that's why Glorf was wanting to give me gold for the spells. So I could get the updated res. Maybe. Maybe not. It is hard to heal and stream. My goal today was to do better at healing and streaming. And I was on the right track. And listen, as long as that's the only one, I think we're okay. As long as it's the only one. We'll see. But yes, the answer to that question, Play, is yes. I wouldn't call it reworks. I would just call it like finishing and fleshing the other classes out. Yeah. Yeah, you can go and take bets a bit about it being the only one, I guess. I mean, you know. I'm confident. Very confident. Oh. Dusk Fiend. In case anyone wants it. Yeah, no, it's a good question. Or is that a little gremlin? Whoop. Guy hits hard. Hey, what's going on, Timmy? Yes, they will be updated. They will continue to be polished and improved, for sure. The models themselves and also the animations and whatnot. Yeah, I think there's currently the animations for the female characters are definitely needing some work for sure. Boom. What do we got here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, man, Rowan, let's roll. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. You take it. It's yours. I'm not going down that track. I'm not going down that track. It's all you, man, Rohan. I'm gonna count anything like that. Oh, you guys didn't see the roll? Hold on. So, yeah, I'm not going to touch that one. Streamer luck maybe, but I don't want to get it. I don't want to. Yeah. Just in case it needs to be said, there is nothing about being a dev that causes your rolls to roll like that. It is what it is, you know. But I'm gonna let Man of Rohan take that one. That's pretty sus. That's pretty sus. Sus. Ooh, that's pretty sus. Ding, who dinged? Congrats. This is a cleric. Yeah, you bet, Tammy. Is there a map in the game? No, not yet, but there will be. I did not play Tibia. Shadow Mist and Jadin. Yes. Also, for those of you who aren't aware, Pantheon uses a dual targeting system, so it's awesome. Especially for healers, but can be really awesome for others as well. And that means that I can have at the same time, as I do right now, I can have a defensive target and an offensive target selected at the same time. So I can, use an offensive ability and it's going to go to my offensive target. And I can also use a defensive ability, like a heal or a buff, and it will go to my defensive target without needing to switch them or reselect anybody. It is a wonderful thing. Nice play. Cool. Yeah, the monk is a lot of fun. You'll have to let me know what you think once you get some time on it, play. Whoop. Up. Ooh. These nightingales are kind of spooky. Nice. Dude, we are cooking through level 16 so far. Cooking. Cool. Cool. So how many of you guys, another thing I'm curious about here, I'm dead. No, I'm not. How many of you have tried Project Gorgon for the first time in the last few days? Gorgon. Seems like a pretty quirky game, but a pretty cool game. Like super kind of like RPG, but also like really quirky. Nice. So yeah, I am playing a cleric. I am healer extraordinaire. I am grouped with a monk who is handling our pulling right now. A dire lord as our tank. Two rangers actually, which is kind of crazy because they are very strong DPS. And then an enchanter who is covering our crowd control needs as they arise. Nice little group. Nice little group. Lacking verisimilitude, really? Oh. Oh, they don't have classes? Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Arc of Light. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, man. Love it. I'm going to try not to announce that every time I hit the button. It's just good. So I just want to call attention to the fact that it's been a few minutes since somebody's died. You know? Just wanted to put it out there. Yeah, minutes, hot minutes, even if you want to be specific. Yeah, that makes sense, Andrew. Andrew, yeah. That makes sense. No, I said what I did just then, knowing that, you know, some people were going to call jinx. Like, I'm jinxing myself. That's how confident I am. With my level 1 and level 4 spells, that's right. You know, if you can't keep a group alive with level 1 and level 4 spells, then what are you doing? That's what I say, anyway. You know? Yeah, I totally forgot that it was classless. I totally forgot it was classless. And I think classless can be fun. I do. I tend to prefer classes as well, but there's definitely been some classless experiences that have been fun. Only concern with the monk so far is Feign Death does not seem too reliable, but only just got it and maxed it out to current max level. Play, you will be happy to know that we've actually discussed Feign Death on stream quite a bit, and one of the main issues right now is exactly that it does not, you're not able to achieve like a pseudo-reliable place with it until much higher level. So expect that to improve come spring. Sure. Fistania, remind me again what ability you're using to heal there. Is that Union? Or is that Resonating Strike? What is that? Resonating? Do you have that like beefed up somehow? Because that's like returning some sick health. Like it's your Resonating Strike seems like it's returning more health than like my heal. Which, by the way, I'm actually going to go back to getting. I want my large heal back on the bar. Be a tad twink. Fair enough. Fair enough. There you are. Okay. Now we're good. Ooh, charge battle glove. Nice. Yeah, yeah. I like classes as a player, but I don't like showing that many options to new players. Do we want to try to move, like... And that's one thing I'm already feeling about this area and areas like this. Like, I want there to be I like grinding NPCs, right? Like I like grinding experience. But this is one of the reasons why we really need more named NPCs. We need a few like named spiders in here. And we need some quests that I don't have a problem necessarily with a quest or two that sends you to Mad Run, but I'm really also interested in exploring quests that you get while you're here. Either by way of like things dropping when you loot, you know, NPCs, you loot an item that starts a quest. You've got some people, you know, kind of like crouching around in here, hiding from the spiders that you can get a quest from. Like, you need some stuff like that. Just to break up the grinding a little bit. One of my buddies that played Ashes for a little bit was telling me how, and it's another thing that would be cool to hear from like former Ashes players about, you know, because I understand the game had a lot of like PvE and PvP blend with, I think, a pretty heavy PvP focus ultimately. But in the PvP side of it, what were the quests like? Was there a lot of grinding in the game? Or was it more quest-driven progression? And these Widowers hit hard. That was close. Ashes had plans for a pretty extensive dynamic event system. There weren't really any quests beyond the first couple of tutorial ones. The rest you received on a quest board in each town, essentially, that were grind X mob, farm my material. Okay. I always had the impression that Ash's world was kind of devoid of NPCs and lore, but I may be wrong. It's what kept me away from being too interested. Interesting. With the lack of content, it was mob grinding. Oh, we're moving up. Hold on. Oh. Line of sight almost got me in trouble there. Big heal coming, Glorf. Oh, well. Not as big as I would. Ooh, nice crit. I do like that on the cleric, like your heal crits, or at least your like fast cast heal crits, grant the shield. A little bit of an absorb shield on the target. Grats on the ding. Yeah, we're smoking in here. It is moving. Infectious touch. Oh my. Dude, we are fixing this zombie death animation today without fail. Like, we're doing that on stream. That's one of those things that it just won't ever get fixed until someone is thinking about it and just does it. It has been there for so long. No more. So don't let me forget, chat. Don't let me forget. I want there to be little things you can, like, go down in here and scrounge, you know? Like we were talking about the crust the other day in Helner Cave. There needs to be some scrounging that you can do down in these little spider burrows. We got to. It is ripe for scrounging. The manner feedback on Discord? I need to read it. I don't think I've read it yet. Hold on. Let's see. I've got to find it. Yo. Moving up after this one? Okay. Get my juicy loots here. All the juicy loots. Ooh. Nothing useful. Wait. Ooh. Okay, we're good. We've successfully repositioned again. Not something you want to take for granted in this place. There are ads potentially everywhere. All right, let's see. Get hope. Dude, these weavers. They like mass pull everybody to this one spot and then root you there. Like can't turn, can't move. Nasty. Very disruptive, potentially. Which is cool. I like it. I'm glad I came up with it. kidding. I don't even remember honestly if that was me that came up with that or not. Not to mention the fact that I don't want to assume that people would be thankful for it because it's probably wiped several people. We got another ding. Another ding. Where is the feedback on? Oh, man. I am not seeing it. Oh yeah, not being able to turn. Yeah, it sucks. Especially depending on your class, because like as a healer, it's not as big of a deal because I can continue to heal. But yeah, if you need any kind of directionality, you need to be facing the target or whatever, then you get rooted facing the wrong way. You know? Here we go. Boom. Arc of light. There we go. Gonna mana up a little bit. Let me get some mana. General discussion. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yep. Found it. Jobs in an anime calling out his skills. No, no, I am mainly kidding. Like I said, I don't know if that was me or not, and that is pretty cringy when you start doing that kind of stuff. Let's see. Spirit mana. So we've got the idea of implementing a basement. It's too small of an area to actually go in to sit in and camp. One sec. I gotta make sure I don't let Glorf down here. Make it deeper with relative rewards for the risk, then people would venture in. There's no reason to go inside. Do we have someone actively developing concept art on the team, or do you contract that? No, we have two. Actually, we have two dedicated concept artists. Man, no juicy loots. No juicy loots. Spin up EverQuest. Look at Unrest. It has an actual manor with rooms in the basement. Well, you know what's funny though about that is actually like A lot of times groups did pull mobs out of unrest and fight it out in the courtyard, you know? Which comes back to the fact that it's not like a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But then yeah, you did have the ones that were inside and there were, you know, there was enough pathing that NPCs had to do to actually get outside. And maybe that's part of it. Like maybe some of it is... Because I do think we generally need more routines and more movement, like NPC movement going on to provide opportunities for like getting an extra, you know, ad in your pull or things of that nature. Because I do remember that being a big part of it in EQ is like you didn't want to pull something like in the barkeep room and run all the way downstairs and out. Some of that was because of the janky pathing, but that in and of itself, it created this sense of like, I don't want this thing ping-ponging around in the house. Because then you're going to have, you know, like 15 things running out the door. So you did end up, you know, moving in and kind of setting up inside. So no question that if there was a basement, grats on Ding. If there was a basement, there would definitely be more of like a get in there and set up shop. We should try to go get it. Do you guys think we could we do the hatchery? Are we high enough level for the hatchery? Probably not, right? We got 2. The beauty of Enchanter Mez. Oh. Yeah, that's what that actually is. It's actually called the hatchery. It's actually called the hatchery. You know? Not the butthole. It's called the hatchery. Because that's what it is. It's filled with spider eggs. You know? Goodness. Can't it be both? No, it can't. No, it cannot be both. No. No. Arclight, man. If I didn't come into Pantheon wanting to play a cleric and I saw one using Arc of Light, I might, you know what I mean? That's 17. You thought they were polyps, not eggs. Seriously? Polyps? Bring back crafting deaths? I only played EQ2 long enough to get killed by an alchemy table and rage quit? Seriously? That was a thing? Can you imagine? Like, can you imagine finally getting the mats you need to create this item that you've been like dreaming of, and you finally got the mats you need. You go to a forge, you start crafting the item, and then you explode. And I'm assuming the item fails. I don't know. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could do that. I mean, imagine that. Like, you're about to craft the Sword of 1,000 Truths. You have spent months gathering all of your materials, your rare drops. You take the sanctimonious steps towards the forge. You have a crowd of people watching because this is the moment that you've waited for. You have built your entire character journey around the idea of hand forging this epic weapon. And with everyone watching, you light up the forge, you start forging, and you just explode. The whole mess of it just blows out all over you, and you evaporate in like a heat death, and everything's lost. I don't think I can handle that. You know. It's time. XP loss, mat loss, and item loss. That would, I mean, yeah, you would rage quit. What else would you do in that situation? Are we going to try the hatchery? What's the plan? Someone told me there's a shield in the hatchery that I really need to get, so. Yeah, imagine on a deathless or hardcore run that happens. Can you imagine? Oh my goodness. We can try the hatchery, but I will lose my bet on us not dying again. Oh, glory. So cheeky. I mean, I've definitely got a lot of like pumping healing power that I can do here that I'm not really tapping into. So, I mean, as long as we can break, if we can break, then I think we'll be okay. It's just, yeah, it's just that nasty kind of that first pull really is the main thing you got to get past. But I'm also not exactly remembering what level they are down there. So if we're, yeah, like Alinar said, if we're dealing with like, what level are you now, Alinar? Oh yeah, level 16. So they would definitely be at least orange, not red. It is a fair concern. We'd get cooked at 16. Okay. All right. Let's try to go. Yeah, let's see if we can get up to the upper entrance. Well, yeah, I mean, even those would be rough, right? Because they're the mad The Mad brand. The Mad brand. Okay. Well. Yeah, we can at least test it. See, this is... We need some scrounging going on in here, guys. There's got to be some, like... I don't know. Something to pick at. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Symbiosis, I know. I haven't quite gotten into the rhythm of that. Keeping it topped. Oh, we got two. Why is my... I thought I had set this. Enable auto attack. Okay, on any attack. Yeah. Thank you. Harvesting, trying to get rares. Grats, whoever dinged. Another bag. Well, now we have full bags. Kind of cool. Not that, not that. So here's a question for you guys. Which, out of all the dungeons that we have so far, which one feels the scariest? Which one do you feel the most trepidation? Uh-oh. Feign death failure. Now, we can't count that, right? We're not counting that one. Because that's not, you know. Houndier Cave, yeah. There's definitely something about Houndier Cave when you get real down deep into it. And that feeling of like, if things go bad down here, we're in trouble. I've heard a lot of people say the hatchery. The hatchery is up there. And just Mad Run in general, yeah. So no mini map with quest markers? No mini map. That's right. No mini map. And no quest markers. But we do plan to have like a more immersive way for NPCs to kind of let you know that they have something. They could have a quest, you know, or whatever, by just having like some emote animations that they play when you get in close, and then they'll probably say something in a chat bubble. But yeah, no mini map with quest markers planned. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes. Yes, I can, Rez. All right, let's rebuff. I think out of all the ones I've done, that's actually, honestly, Nightwolf Null kind of got me a couple times. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, that was something. But we did it. We got it. This is a mad widower, so yeah, I mean these things are like higher level. There is a very real difference in the way these guys feel. That is for sure. Yeah, so now the hatchery though is still the orphan spiders, right? Yeah, this gets a little bit more intense. I don't feel quite as cozy. For sure. Goodness. I like this though. This is cool. Like this is when I start to really enjoy the healing. When you start to kind of really hit these, like, you really got to push, you know, to keep the bars where they need to be. I like it. When chevrons go away, will this still hit the same? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Because the cool thing about that is if we want to really push the XP gain and want potentially to kind of get into areas that have better gear and or get a a specific quest done or whatever, then and we want to really push ourselves, then we're going to be incentivized to do that through all those things, but it's going to be tougher. Whereas if we want to have more of like a chill experience, as long as if we're just talking about like grinding or whatever, then we can just fight lower level stuff. But I mean, that's the thing. Like that mad spider that we just killed, that was orange to me. It's 3 levels higher than I am. That would be like, that would actually could end up feeling close to the same way these do, just because they're higher level, I really like spooky places though, so hoping Crypts is more as spooky. It will be. One of the reasons why we're not going super hard on making the Spirit Manor... Okay, hold on, I gotta lock in here. Dude, oh man, line of sight sometimes. Whew. Ooh. Oh, we got an ad. We got a big old ad. That made me a little nervous. That made me just a little nervous. I don't like being down here. I want to get back up on my rock. What are some reasons that people would want a shaman over cleric? Some of it would come down to playstyle. One of the reasons I personally, even though I love cleric and I'm planning on cleric being one of my mains, I'm also tempted and incentivized to play as shaman because I love hot healing. I love the way hot healing works. I don't know why, I just like it. I like it a lot. And then knowing some of the mastery options that shaman are going to be able to lean into with some of their offensive type things, either through dots or more of like a crippling debuff type thing. I think a lot of it comes down to just what are the extra things that you're interested to bring to a group, and just how do you like doing what you do. Which again, for me, like hot healing is so fun. I love it. No, reds are not, we don't want, so here's another little bean. Reds should feel, it's pretty important to me that reds feel like a wall. Like if you con something and it cons red, unless we're talking like in-game raid targets, where they're just red because they're whatever, and you need to have enough hit rating, you need to have enough stats and be able to debuff it enough, whatever. That's a different scenario. But what we're planning to do is we're gonna actually add one more color category before red, which will be purple, and that will be your kind of final like line. So you're gonna have, you know, your 2 yellows, your 2 oranges, purple, and then after that it'll be red. So purple will be kind of the final, like if you've got the perfect group and you are like trucking, then you'll have that one last kind of level before you know, like, okay, once this thing turns red, there's just not, we're not gonna be able to take it down. Kudos for how great the game runs on Linux. Nice. That's really cool to hear. That makes me happy to hear. No, it goes 1 level above is light yellow, 2 levels above is dark yellow, 3 levels above is light orange, 4 levels above is dark orange, 5 levels is purple, and then 6 and above is red. Oh my goodness. Sweet Christmas morning. I almost got my shield up in time. Bandage! Hurry! No! Bluff! Oh my goodness. We're gonna pull it off. Wow. Yeah, that right there, that is a level 23 Mad Widower. Even the normal Orphan Widowers are like, you know. The question is, does that count? That's what I want to know. Does that count? A couple of the games use purple to be harder than red. Y'all may want to consider swapping the purple red. Yeah, we did actually think about that. The reason I'm hesitant to do that is it's just such an EQ staple. Like, you know, I don't know, just the whole, like, that red tombstone, I don't know, it's just so ingrained in me. So it's silly, but that's kind of like, that's really the only reason we didn't go that way. It's just like, I love red being kind of that, like, oh man, you know. Hey Java, you apologize for your tangents, but I literally come here to hear them. Nice. I'm working on an EQ inspired project and you always motivate and inspire me. I appreciate your passion for game dev. Yo, that's so cool. That's awesome. That's really cool. That's exciting. That's cool to hear about a project like that. You know, all the different ways we have to continue to keep the spirit of what EverQuest was and what it meant alive is really, really good to hear. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. That is awesome. Yeah, red is the, once you get, like, currently in the game, anything that's 5 levels above you and above is red. We are adding I say we are, I mean, it's, you know, it's a 90+% certainty that we're going to be adding an additional difficulty tier before red. So it will, once spring rolls around, it'll be 6 levels and above. That is red. But yeah, red represents kind of the top end of the difficulty, where you're just not going to be able to deal with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I don't want players going for red. Like, I do want there to be a point where you're like, okay, like, we, you know, this area is too high level for us because we can't handle the reds. If you're always, because especially when you start thinking about debuffs and hit rating and these various things that could potentially just kind of perpetually erode, or just you can just continually to bring higher level content further and further down. There's got to be a point where that stops. And you just reckon with, like, we're just not high enough level to be here yet. Yo, Man of Rohan. Word. Say less, my friend. You go and do your thing. Thanks so much. Awesome having you here. Awesome. See you, man. Ooh. Thank you, sir. Do I understand it right? We get back to lesser level ranges approach at the moment. A huge range of blue mobs for all camp dungeons after the spring update, or will it be stretched? You're asking specifically about the current, like, con size of the con range, like how long NPCs stay dark blue. Yes, we're gonna be adjusting that to kind of shrink it a little bit. Like, we don't want to lose what we gained with, you know, having areas stay viable for longer, but we don't want it to be quite as large of a range as it is now. So yeah, we'll be adjusting that. That's another great example of something that on the PTR and, like, just getting feedback. We'll probably tweak it a couple of times, and just get feedback from you guys on what, you know, where it's ultimately hitting in a good spot. W Poacher, more like kind of like a genuine wall. Yeah. All right, should we move back down and see how we fare as a five-person group? Oh yeah, we'll wait for bio break. You shall not pass. You shall not pass. It's gonna be getting dark soon. Wait, Glor, if you don't like the red means dead? I mean, on one level, it's kind of cool that, yeah, you can use debuffs and player skill and various things to, like I was saying, bring higher level content down where it's doable. But I feel like you have to have a limit on that, because you just there is something about we were discussing this internally when we were talking about Warrior a little bit, and you guys remember when I went to Hangor on, I think the last stream I did on Fifilo on the Warrior was the one we went into Hangor, and I could barely hit anything. Like I was level 27, I think 26 or 27, and everything was like level 30, 31. I mean, it was like I wasn't even there a lot of times. Especially on the bosses. I mean, some of the lower level orcs, it was much better. But we were having that discussion, like, you know, what do you do? Because it's a pain point right now for tanks. Because tanks, more so than any other class, really struggle when they're lower level, because everyone's expecting them to hold aggro, and they can't, because they can't hit it. And it's just one of those many kind of moments where you have these decisions that you need to make somewhat philosophically, and kind of like, do you want to give players tools to bring content down? And if you do, like, how far do you go with that before you lose that sense of, I want to get higher level so I can go do X and Y, which is like a big part of, you know, the draw of leveling up your character and getting stronger, so you can go and do. And so I think it would have been just invalid for me to come away with that kind of that takeaway of, like, I'm just not high enough level to go here yet, you know. Have you canceled Bard? Absolutely not. No, we have not. Bard is you know what? I just had a moment. Sorry. I swiveled my camera this way. And you see if you guys can see this. I swiveled my camera this way, and something about, so pay attention. Do you see this rock right here? Pay attention to this rock right here. I swiveled my camera this way to run up, and there was something about the way the light hit that rock that made it look like this giant spider was just sitting there, kind of like dragging its big heavy body around. And for this split second, even though I know it's not that, I was like, Can you imagine having something like that lumbering around, like a lockjaw kind of spider type feel in this area? I think that would be sick. Especially if it was like a big fat one. Anyway. Yeah, Bard is absolutely still coming. I'm not the guy that adds and removes things from the website. I can't answer why we removed it from the website, but what I can tell you is 100% Bard is still a thing. In fact, I'm gearing up somewhat soon. Once we get through a few more things to where I can start incorporating it, you know, kind of into my schedule as far as working on it. You look up and it's peering at you with its cyanide eyes. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine, like, that would be really sick too if you could set it up where it, like, kind of the way that NPCs when you get into aggro range, they kind of like turn and look at you, but instead of having like an aggro response, if it was like, it would just like turn and kind of peer at you from a distance to where it like sees you but it doesn't actually aggro you. I mean, that would be like skin crawl levels of creepy in here. That would be amazing. We're gonna do something with that. All right, we want to move down. Let's see if we can handle this with 5 people. I'm curious if we can take one of these orphan spiders. Any chance to add certain plus weapon skills items in the future, like +3 swords? Yes, we have talked about that. We do plan on that. We're gonna get support for that in the spring, along with other like plus modifiers, things like plus certain types of damage, like plus fire damage, plus skill, lots of cool additions like that. I got locked in here a second. Back in the groove. Love that spell. Yeah, like it just kind of stalks you. Oh man, that'd be sick. You're just running through here, and it's got to be big enough, and it's got to be visible from far enough. But yet, I mean, just imagine like seeing its eyes looking at you, and you know that it sees you. Have you seen the weird interaction with investigative roaming mobs? I think so. That's the one where they just like perpetually... Oh, I just looted something. What did I loot? Nothing. Thought it was something, but it was nothing. That's the one where they like kind of like turn and look at you and like take a step and then stop and turn and walk back and they just kind of like fidget or whatever. They don't actually like go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a fun one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, so far so good. There it is. Shining like the sun. Yeah, we can move down. Hey! Well, hello there. Welcome. 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 Is Arc of Light potentially the greatest button push in the whole game? Is that a stretch to say? Soaring Dragon's a good one too. I agree. We finally got that one into a pretty decent state as far as how it feels, so yeah. Shadow Walk was better. Hey, we're gonna... Mastery will allow us to make Rogue Stealth great again. Not that we need Mastery to do so, but Mastery is going to allow us to even take it further. Crippling crud. Crippling crud. Yum. I want to see. What abilities do I get at 18? That I won't be able to buy. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, we get a new shield. Invigorate. Get our another one of our, an upgrade to like our big heal, big chunky heal. Not bad. Yo, Lazy Crate, thank you so much for the Prime, my friend. In the 7 months. The 7 months. Very, very cool. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Hey, I also just want to say, It's been quite a few minutes. And other than the group wipe, fighting something we arguably shouldn't have been fighting. You know? What will the 2 mastery paths for monk be like? Foot and fist. I am a foot monk. I am a fist monk. No, monks. The 2 mastery branches for monks are going to be DPS, which will be a mixture of the opportunity to focus on more of like a physical martial based monk, you know, DPS expression versus a chi based monk expression, and that will all be in kind of the same branch, and you can kind of blend it or really lean hard into one or the other. And then the other mastery branch for monks will be actually a tank spec. It'll be an avoidance tank. Taekwon Lee. Been watching your streams from the shadows for a while now. Game visually is looking better. Hope it keeps progressing. That is cool to hear. Yeah, it is. It has gotten better, and it will continue to get better. I think in the spring when we release Body of Takara, I think it'll be another kind of pretty sizable step up. We might have some. Well, no, it'll probably be by then. Yeah. I was going to say maybe by the February patch, but there's a few more updates that we have coming with our lighting system that are just going to continue to increase the fidelity. Hey there, buddy. See you. So that plus as we polish animations and other various things, it's going to keep looking better and better. But really cool to hear. Thanks for sharing that. Oh yeah, Juskar, yeah. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. I'm really excited for the summer update too. I'm thinking about Sundini right now, and man, the Fury pet feels awesome. It's so fun. The Zephyr feels awesome too. Like they both feel really good. That's gonna be a really cool update. I'm vacuuming all this. Oh, really need that. Vacuuming it up. You guys have plans to help generate revenue besides game copies sold? I mean, we do. So there is the question right now as far as like when it comes to post-launch what are we going to do about that? Are we going to be sub-based? You know, are we going to do anything related to, you know, some kind of like a shop of some kind for, you know, certain like cosmetics or various things, whether that has to do with like boats and housing, as a potential path. Like, these are all things that, you know, there's not anything that I can like talk about right now or like super set in stone. But it, you know, they're obviously very important decisions. Yeah, I mean, I personally, I like sub-based games. I think they, I think it absolutely fits the vibe of the kind of game that we're trying to make. So I think a sub is good. And I think it'd be cool if we did have a sub. I think it'd be cool if we also, if there was any kind of like a shop component with any cosmetics. I think it would be cool to have a sub for the game, and then as part of the sub for playing the game, like you actually can accrue, you know, things you can use in the shop. I mean, I think that's a pretty straightforward and pretty common way of doing it. I personally wouldn't have an issue with that for my own kind of like convictions. Oh, the shriek. That's what it is. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Cinnamon. Something like that. I think is. I feel like I am getting in all kinds of trouble here, like bonking everything that you're trying to mess. Sorry about that. Triggering every single cleric in the chat, watching me not use my prayerful rest. Sorry about that. How do you feel about some of the haters like Criddle who have turned on Pantheon and criticized it, at the same time praised Eminem as the greatest game, while the two games look incredibly similar and aimed at the same audience? Oh man, I'm gonna die. Okay. Ooh. That's a good question. I want to be, I don't know. I want to be a little mindful how I respond to that, because the last thing that I want to do is, you know, in any way come across or foster in myself some sense of like, you know, you can't, you have to be loyal, or you have to be like, you know, I just don't even want to get into that. So like on that level, if somebody decides they don't like Pantheon, if somebody decides they really like this other game, then, you know, I'm not gonna. Thank you so much, Nurse. I might just have enough money to get a spell or two when I get back. Yeah, I don't want to get like, I don't want to go down that path too much. I'd rather just, you know, the games will speak for themselves. You know, Pantheon, I think what I'm excited for is, as this year progresses and, you know, people kind of start getting used to our new pace and kind of our new, like, just how the game's progressing and the team growth and these kind of things. Like I'm excited for us to kind of leave this era behind where there's a lot of narrative out there about, you know, well, like the team is not competent, you know, the mismanagement of this, that, and the other, and to some degree some of that's just unavoidable because we're not going to just like go out there and talk about, you know, all the specific personal details about the project, and we're not going to explain every little thing along the way. And so to some degree you kind of have to live with the fact that some of that will just be up for people to come up with their own explanations, and we all know how the internet can be. You know, it's not usually the most generous explanations, but that, like most other things, the worst thing that I can do, especially like kind of getting into this space with streaming and kind of having a voice like that, is to start like making drama out of something. And because at the end of the day, the voice that needs to speak the loudest is the game itself. One of the hardest parts about being a game developer in an open development like this, and where I think a lot of people struggle, is not getting caught up in that. Because you want to use your voice as a developer to talk, because people listen. And that's attractive. And that's, you know, it's nice to be able to walk into a community and be known as like this person and say things and it feels weighty. And you have to be really careful with that, not because what it does, even though it can feel good, it can quickly turn on you and start to kind of, you know, people just catch on to that pretty quick. And so for that reason, all I'm really going to say about it is I hope that whoever it is, you know, if they've had a love-hate relationship with Pantheon, or they've kind of fallen out of love with it, or if they're frustrated, or if they've really moved to banking on, you know, some other game to kind of be the one for them, that my hope is always that everyone will give Pantheon at least one more shot when it releases. That's the most I could ask, and even that's just an ask, like it's just a hope. The most I could ask is that everyone would at least give it one more shot, even if it's not until the game comes out in 1.0, because that's ultimately what the difference maker is. Nothing that I could say, you know, is going to change anything. And everybody's got reasons, man. Like that's the other thing too, is it's like I can't say that I don't get it, you know. Everybody's got reasons. Everybody goes through different seasons, you know. There's got to be some room for that. So, yeah. It's a good question though. I get where it's coming from, and I do get, believe me, I get where some of the frustration can come from, and I certainly can feel it too from time to time, because I'm ready for Pantheon to shine like it needs to shine. You know, more and more and more. I want it to be seen for what it really is, because I think we have an amazing game here, and I think it's only going to get better. And like I always say, I think playing is believing. I think you really need to get your hands on it and feel it, because I do think that makes a huge difference. So yeah. I think sub also caters to the age group this game is more aimed at, kind of like an HOA to escape certain neighbors. That's funny. You know, you would be surprised. You would be surprised the demographic that actually does kind of check in on Pantheon. It's actually not. It's younger than you would think. I mean, obviously the expected demographic is there for sure, but I've been surprised at seeing like some of the age ranges that do keep pretty close tabs on it. Yo. That always like startles me. It sounds so intense, I forget it's just a root. I feel like level 18 is definitely in reach. Like I'm kind of locked into like, hey, let's grind the rest of this out. We're so close. That'd be huge. Because at 18, we could, because guys, one place I have not been yet in my own game is Black Rose Keep. And I think by level 18, we can start actually chewing away at some of the entrance areas. Yeah, I know. I haven't been yet, and I need to. I can only make excuses for so long, and then it's like I gotta get in there. I'm nervous about it because I hear about it a lot. Tough. Cash shops are such a big turnoff for me. I know, I get it. I really do. But you've got to think about it like this, and this is the way that I've had to slowly kind of come to terms with it. As long as it's reasonable, and it's not, obviously no pay to win, nothing even close to or resembling or even has a whiff of pay to win. But if it can stay in the realm of cosmetics, oh my goodness, that was. Oof. You can stay in the realm of cosmetics, and it's not self-predatory in the sense that you're not robbing your own kind of in-game progression and in-game why can't I use my abilities? Oh, I guess. Oh, because my target was out of range. I had just. Okay, that from one. I feel like my brain just like short circuited there for a second. That makes sense. But what I was gonna say is, I get it, but at the end of the day, my if it's a good game and the desire is for the game to continue to grow and thrive, more money is part of how you do that. And so as long as it doesn't cross over into the threshold of like this is just like greed, but it's reasonable and it's not pulling away from like the core of the game, then I think it can be done in a way that and I'm speaking like me personally, like I have very strong feelings about it, and it's taken me a while to even get to this place, but I think it's doable. Any major changes coming to Warrior? Dire Lord feels and performs better than Warrior in every way. Oh yeah. There's definitely some big updates coming to Warrior. Big updates coming to Dire Lord as well. Big updates coming to Paladin. Like, yeah, I mean, it's time to lock in. Like, these classes are We're bringing these classes all the way home. But yeah, Warriors got some good love coming for it. And some of it has to do with some of the connected updates that are coming in spring that are more stat related, for example. So like getting armor class in a better spot. So that when your warrior is like a bastion warrior, when you unlock heavy plate mail armor, when you unlock shield proficiency for tower shields, and you're running around with a tower shield and heavy plate armor, like they're, you know, making warriors like the most capable physical damage mitigators is, you know, the end result of that. Giving warriors a bit more like damage as well, like giving them a few more options in their arsenal base kit for dealing damage and having, you know, threat through damage a little bit more than they do right now. And some other good things coming their way. Yeah, warriors are gonna be eating good. Any plans for solo content? Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't describe it as solo content. If you mean that more kind of in like a design specifically for solo, then no. But soloing in Pantheon is going to be more we're getting rid of the Chevron Elite system, and we're going to be handling ramping challenge for groups based on level. So if you're in a full group, you're going to be looking for, you know, higher level things to kill, much better, you know, more efficient experience gain that way. Obviously be able to reach for, you know, better rewards and drops and whatnot. But like you'll be able as a solo player, if you're high enough level comparatively and you have, you know, reasonably gear and whatnot, you'll be able to come into Mad Run here potentially and solo in here, just like I was doing earlier on the stream, running around AVP. There won't be anything artificially blocking you from doing that other than just your own level, your skill, your gear, and things like that. The goal is to make it a much more of like an EQ-like experience there. It's kind of our true north. Make sure you take some CC to BRK. Yeah. Good call. Good call. I don't think Pantheon's in danger of being labeled as a WoW clone. You have to, like, you know, anytime you want to call something a clone, whether you're calling it like an EQ clone or a WoW clone, like, I'm always interested in what people mean by that exactly. It's like everything, you can be coming at that from so many different angles. Because I'll tell you right now, one thing I won't mind being compared to WoW for is our movement, the fluidity, the polish, the smoothness of our controls, our camera, game world, how well the game runs, like, you know, optimization. Those are things that I'm like, yeah, heck yeah. We want people who are playing WoW Classic or even retail WoW to try out Pantheon and be like, oh wow, like this, I'm used to this like really high standard of polish for these things playing WoW. I hop into Pantheon and it feels like doesn't feel like there's a big gap there. Like that's really important. But I think it's interesting thinking more about like what is going to make people think of Pantheon as a WoW clone. You could talk visuals, so some people when we changed to this more stylistic art style, that's where we started to see a lot of like, oh, it's just a WoW clone. But you know, we are, and slowly but surely we're trying to walk that line between like realism and stylistic visual. So we want to we're not trying to get like cartoony, but I am okay with Pantheon being thought of as a WoW clone to the degree that it gets WoW players into the game to play it, for them to be like, oh snap, like this game's awesome. Like, that's what I'm hoping for. Hoping that WoW players are just as hungry for something with that old school depth as I like to think that they are. Oh, we've got a potential situation here. All good. I am running like dangerously low on mana, and by that I mean I am basically out of mana. I'm saying I'm actually gonna sit. Oh, no! Oh my goodness, that was close. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Hey, that's a good idea, Skiatch. Yo, Churro Dude, 3 stream streak. Nice. Nice, man. Guys, we need to book it because I actually have a call that I've got to do here. This is our it's a pretty important one. They don't need me right at the beginning, but this is like our art review call. So this is a really fun call from week to week. This is where we get to see all of the current art that everybody's working on and make have some final discussions about ultimately whether it's approved or not. And we're working on some really cool stuff, like stuff that's gonna feel very like fresh, very like exciting to see in the game. But yeah, we need to. I mean, I'm so close to digging that part of me is like, I wanna get it. But hold on, let me see, let me check on them real quick. Okay. Yeah, I probably do need to drop, guys. We can fight out, and then I will need to bid you farewell for now. If you're new to the stream, I'll go ahead and say this now, as part of like the I guess the outro a little bit. But sorry to kind of cut it off here short notice. If you're new to the stream, I stream every week on Monday and Wednesday, and my start time's kind of evolved to be around like 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on Mondays and Wednesdays. My start time's usually somewhere in there. A lot of it depends on like ad hoc meetings and things that come up that usually end up pushing me back a little bit. So that said, I will be back again for sure on Wednesday. And then I'll do streams sometimes, kind of ad hoc streams from week to week. Try to announce those on X. You can follow me on X just to kind of see, you know, when that message goes out. Also, if you're part of the Pantheon Discord, I try to put it in my status when the next stream's going to be. I'm sure no one's going to call me out on being inconsistent with that, but it is another place that I try to post it. One of these days, I'm going to try to get like an actual Discord put together for, where are you? There we are. For the stream and the community and stuff. I haven't done that yet because I don't really want to like heal. You know, being a part of the Pantheon community is good enough. But at the very least, just for like stream notifications. But anyway, I'll be back again on Wednesday. Guys, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the discussion. Like, there's really, really good discussions these last few streams. Really, really fun. I hope it's been enjoyable for you. Are we safe? I don't think we're quite safe yet. Nope, not yet, not yet. We are not safe yet. I am so close to a substantial period of time here, keeping my peeps alive, and I do not want to. And we got that ding. We got the ding. Sick. Sick. Okay. I think we're safe. We're safe enough, yeah? Look at the sunrise, guys. Oh my goodness. And when we fix the bug, which is keeping the grass and the trees from moving in the wind, you just have to imagine it's all moving in the wind nicely. Because that adds a lot for sure. Sweet. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Just let me play. Yeah, guys, if you don't mind, if you think about it, if it's in the wheelhouse, on the YouTube side, give the stream a like, leave a comment. You know, it helps get the game out in front of people. It tells YouTube analytics that, hey, people care about this, and you know, so I'll go ahead and show it to more people. But ultimately, guys, thank you for the support. Thanks for the excitement. It really keeps us well fed in our energy. So I'll be back with you guys again on Wednesday. So hopefully I'll see you then. And until then, my friends, take care. Onward and upward. See you very soon. Adios.